Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. We're starting a little bit late today because hello. Starting a little bit late today because I had a doctor's appointment, but all good. No dramas. What's happening today? Today we'll be doing a little bit more of that scene map stuff. Sweet scene map. I we'll be working on a new feature today, or at least the front end of a feature that we've been working on, so that should be good. And we've chatted, Elzak and I, on kind of like what's left of the roadmap for those of you who are looking for more Insignia stuff. I also have a little bit of an update. It's not really like formed clearly enough, but I can tell you sort of like roughly what the strategic significance of it is. So I want to welcome first everybody who's here in chat on Twitch. Welcome. And those of you who happen to be lurking on YouTube, say hi. Big thanks, of course, to Misa Jamo for the most recent follow and Sproilex for the most recent subscription. So let me tell you about something that's happening with Insignia. I have spent the last few months a little bit stalled out on the on pitch related stuff, mostly just trying to make sure that the pitch that I give, because I'm going for some pretty big publishers here, is like really ironclad. And it's been really difficult for me to answer some of the red flag questions that I think hang over the project. Namely, like, how are you going to deliver this game, Adam? If you plan on taking all this money, who are you going to pay? Who are the people who are going to do all this work? And how are you going to make sure that you can deliver it on time? That's something that I just had no obvious way of solving until recently, where I kind of put two and two together and realized that there are a number of studios around Sydney, where I live locally, who's the director of companies, the directors of which companies I'm familiar with, like friends of mine who run studios that are like studios for hire. So I'm reaching out at the moment to a few just to see if there's a way we could actually just sort of like team up. You know, they handle a lot of the production side stuff. I handle the creative side stuff with my team. So we're working on content. They're working on systems and distribution and maybe some of the like contracts for outsourced work if we're doing that, so that Adam can focus on the game and publisher can be happy that the game's going to get released and everyone wins. So that's kind of what we're exploring at the moment, which might mean the team gets to be that 10 to 15 size that it seems to be shaping up for. So we're doing some cost stuff at the moment, just looking at budgets. And yeah, it's Thursday, right? Have I got the day right? If it's Thursday, I'm streaming today. Okay, cool. I did have a doctor's appointment today, so maybe that was, I don't know if I mentioned that, but I'm here today. Okay. So let's get into scene map. I'm feeling good today. I played some soccer last night. Had a lot of fun. It's getting very competitive. It's really just a kick around thing with like my brother-in-law and his friends. But dude, some of the people that we get, that we go to like a sort of like an outdoor six-a-side soccer pitch that's like enclosed, and it's becoming like a bit scary to me, the intensity and level of like talent, because some of these guys are like definitely representative league players who are playing actively. Like one guy was like, oh, I didn't play this well on the weekend. And it's like, who's playing on the weekend? like where I haven't played soccer in the competitive sense in like 10 years. So, and they're a lot younger, some of these guys. So Most of us, like the range is like, my brother-in-law is like 37. Most of them are like range from 37 to like 30. But then there's like 3 guys who are like in there. They must be like 24, 23. And they're so quick and they're so skilled and they are lethal from like any range. It's scary. I'm like, dude, I wasn't this good ever. So how am I going to be better than you when I'm 10 years out of shape? Anyway, so we have some features that we want to work on today. I want to look at the repo to see what Elzak has been working on since. That does not require much anything, but let's keep looking. So he's done tons of work. Let's have a look. Forwarding the wheel event. Oh, that's cool. Wait. Oh, no, that's no good. No, I don't think so. The zooming is not right on that. I don't know if that was intended to be complete. I mean, it looks like it's forwarding, but I kind of already had that, I feel like. Forward wheel to zoom. But it's not really propagating at the position where it's supposed to be. So maybe there's just some tweaking we have to do there. That's fine. But it's definitely not right yet. You can see it's sort of like this weird offset. It goes bump down that way by some amount. This is not something that I care to solve manually. So I'm going to ask you why, and I'm going to ask you, why might doing this forwarding cause the pointer offset to jump relative to when we're just scrolling on the canvas itself? It's as if we're scrolling from a position, from an on-screen position that's not where the mouse really is. So we don't zoom in so much as in and across. All right, you can solve that while I keep reading these. Okay, moved link data and connection data into separate files. Okay, removed obsolete styling properties. Okay, added data container for event connections. Okay. Love me some simple and clean. So this is, what are we looking at? This is runtime scene map. Okay, so this is just for, I guess, something. Structured and consistent. Hey Andy, how's it going? I am somebody who has great ambitions, but not a lot of good base stats. My general demeanor is I get a lot of tunnel vision. I don't get, I'm very passion driven. I'm not very disciplined. I just enjoy what I'm drawn by. It's very easy to get distracted for me. However, I care so much. I'm so passionate about not just like what I need to do today, but like the long-term goal of what I want to achieve in life and how I want to contribute to game development, that I can't afford to be a slave to those like more simple impulses. So I have been forced I have forced myself into positions where I need to be better. I need to be more consistent. I need to be healthier. I need to have a better mindset. And I think that's just the only reason I have that. I didn't start that way, for sure. I'm a very average person. I don't have like a special brain. I do have a lot of patience, but I think patience is really relative. Like, the skill I think that I have is that you can give me a 1,000-foot view of something and I can get interested in it, and you can put me at 2 centimeters from the thing and I can be interested. So working on a big project requires a lot of moving up and down that scale of like getting up close and moving out, getting up close, moving out. And I like all of it. So I never feel like I'm having to suspend my interest to slog through a part that I don't like, because I like all of it. So it looks like patience and diligence, but sometimes it's just like allowing myself, structuring myself enough so that when I do just allow myself to get invested, I'm just pointing myself in the right direction, you know? Okay. So implemented connecting to scene nodes. Yeah, sweet. To scene nodes. Scene nodes. Okay. Those are the nodes. So you can connect. Okay. Oh, there's dragging. Okay, cool. Added list to node view plus visual updates. Yes. Yes, that should be fine. Quick validation on target. Connecting to. Okay. Start a refactor for unified connection base. Factored connection view to share base. Got it. Shielded against multiple invokes on drag end and drag begin. Okay. Hooked into state management. Okay. Graph view. Added inspector panel. Okay. Let's come back. Let's finish this first. State management for rename. Scene mapping of where socks and underwear go. I mean, like, I'm somebody who's very, when it comes to like cooking and folding clothes and organization in my life, I'm not like super organized. Like if I could show you my desk right now, you would look at it and see stuff's everywhere, but I look at it and I know where everything is. I have everything that I have in my life has a place. It's not always like, or like visually pretty, but it's like, if you ask me where something is in my house, I know where it is because it's always there. Like I know where my keys are. I know where my wallet is. I know where my socks go. I know where the salt is. I know where my tissue boxes are. I know where everything is because I do things the same way every time just by out of habit. I'm very habitual. So I don't typically like lose things, if that's what you mean. But like there's clothes on the bed right now. There's like baskets on the floor. The house is not organized. I just know where it all is. Added static functions to get in group and scene from event. Get scene from event. Right, you pass the event, you get a scene back. Yep. Added delete button and proper. Okay, sweet. Thanks, Zach. We are on the master branch here. Okay. Event connection is one behind master. We're on master. We've pulled. That's all in. Sweet. Okay, we should be good. Now, let's first ask this question. Most likely, you are recreating the wheel event from IMGUI data and then dispatching it from the toolbar, which makes coordinate space and graph view a different cursor anchor than the real canvas scrolling. While this happens, forwarding code. Zoom is enabled on graph view. Why it drifts in and across. Wheel zoom in graph view is anchor based. Anchor comes from the mouse position in the event. Your forwarded event is built from event.imgui event, not the original UI toolkit wheel event object. IMGUI mouse position and UI toolkit position are not always equivalent in nested overlaid elements. You then call send event from the toolbar element. result. Zoom macro is offset. Yeah, in short, the forwarded event's position is interpreted as if the pointer was at a different place. That's what I think. Okay, what to try? Dispatch from the view directly instead of from the toolbar. Use view.send event forwarded. That's a bit weird. We could try that, sure. Clone from, let's try that first. Clone from the UI toolkit wheel event if available. Not happy with that. The reason, yeah, how much? Okay, cool. The reason I'm pulling from the toolbar is that it sits on top of the canvas and so has been eating the wheel input. I'm capturing it and forwarding it accordingly. So I'm not sure where else I'd be able to sample it from, if not here. Sword of Convallaria? Isn't that a like live service game? So this game looks so cool to me. I can't believe it's live service. It looks so good. This looks like a tactics game I'd love to play, but I don't know if it's worth me getting invested. You want to know like how the tile sets get made, or you said the backgrounds? You mean like this blurred thing? What's an example? Because like in a tactics game, like backgrounds here just means the blocks, right? The tile sets. To me, at a very, very high level look, this looks like textured. It looks like 3D models with textured pixel art. That's what I'm seeing. They pulled the funding. Right, that's so weird. Yeah, that's definitely, well, it looks like pixel art. It could be some sort of post-processing thing on 3D, but to me it's pixel art. But they're clearly not being too precious about how they did the pixel art stuff. So it's not like these textures here are not necessarily like hand drawn, but they could be quantized. It could be like a noise, a couple of like a few noise textures being quantized so that they live in the pixel space, set to the right color. It's not like triplanar stuff, but it might not be like the tiles here, the way they seam together makes me think, if I'm not seeing like totally repeated elements, it makes me think that it's more like a brush system than like an actual manual, like I draw block tile. Some of these things, yeah, they're not really repeating. So one large texture. Yeah. It looks like 3D models, I'm guessing, for the lighting's sake, although it could be just, maybe it's not even that. It could even just be like fake lighting, like a light, like a different kind of renderer pass rather than like actual lights. It doesn't look that different from what I was doing with Insignia when I was doing some playing around with like a 3D tactics sort of thing. If it is actually 3D, then the lighting's all just 3D, and then yeah, they're just texturing these probably based on well, I can't speak to it, but it looks like there's like a large texture that they're just mapping to the X and Y coordinates of the, like this texture goes all the way across and then continues here and then continues here, maybe. How they still maintain what looks like pixels. I mean, they look kind of stretched to me. It doesn't look great. It looks a little like this looks pretty good here. but these could be mapped as well. You know, that could be normal mapped. If you look up, like look, it's beautiful. Let's be clear, it's gorgeous. If I was responsible for this art, I'd be really proud of it. But like, see this, the way that the sand kind of like gradually goes off, and then underneath it, you can see there's like a continuity of the tiles here. These tiles, it could be you take like a Voronoi pattern, or you literally just take a big texture of like 128 by 128 of these bricks, these like tiles, and then you use that as a normal map, and then you just texture that on repeat across the whole plane. And so you're not tiling tiles, you're tiling the whole space. Like, you just look for repetition. So like, to me, I'm guessing it's hand drawn. Like these little things, like one, small. There it is there, one, small. So at the very least, that is the same as that. So it might be like this big, the texture. Could be like 256 by 256. And they're just tiling that. And then, yeah, there might be, it could be hard coded in terms of like the colors, but it looks pretty, the normal maps look like they're the same. The actual colors of these tiles versus these tiles might not be identical, but in the case that they are, it's just copying and pasting the map. I'm just not sure if it's baked and then with a normal map that then the lighting affects the color of a little bit more, or if it's just the texture. So yeah, usually with this kind of game, you outline something that would be collision based, either a character or an item or something that's standing inside of the grid space. Yeah, that's a cool look. It's a beautiful game. I don't like this 3D pipeline that they've got going on. It's kind of like you need like an art team to execute on it, I think, like effectively. You need people working in like Blender, or it's kind of like you're not just doing this in Aseprite, you know what I mean? You could probably get pretty far, and I've tried a little bit, but I think it helps at that point if you have like an environment artist. This is your game, as in this is your jam? Like this is the kind of game you love? Hey Glyco, thanks for the sub. Yeah, I'll be honest, like when I think about the next kind of game I want to make, this look is very up my alley in terms of like 3D terrain, sprite art characters, and like let me see if I can find this thing. Dude, actually, Throneless might never... It might never die. Where is this thing? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have this, like, reference of like games that I think have an amazing art style that I'd love to like do something with in like a tactics space. Like I love me some Tactics Advance 2. I think the art looks fantastic in that game. So there's something here that I think would be really cool to do. I love Songs of Conquest. Yeah. So I think like there's something there, but I'm not touching it yet. I've been playing so much of this freaking Disciples game the last week. I love Disciples, dude. And I think like it's not... I think like I've become very excited by and I think very confident in this gameplay thing that I would like to chase. And it's something between roguelike and RPG. There is something in this like Heroes of Might and Magic, Final Fantasy Tactics thing that I know is going to be, it's like, I know it's really fun, even like Fire Emblem, and I just want to contribute to that genre. And it's not something that's very popular right now, but I think it's like super addictive, which is like you make characters, you invest in those characters, you level them up, you give them names, you give them cool gear, and then you send them out into a fog of war where there's risk but also reward, and there's permadeath, and you're trying to establish control over a space while not losing those characters you invested so much emotional energy into. I love that. I Disciples does that a lot, and it's like such an engrossing feeling to be like, if this guy misses his attack, he's gonna die. I put like hours into him, and then like, or like, we're about to get smashed unless this attack doesn't hit, and it's got a 65% chance to hit, and then they miss, and I'm like, yes! And then we get through a fight, and it's so good to like, it's like D&D combat like dialed up to 11, because it's just the dice rolls, and it's none of the like trying to do the maneuvering. Anyway, yeah, XCOM, I know XCOM's same sort of thing. Yeah. I just think like that plus a really well-written story would be much easier to make than Insignia, because the combat system and the combat system and the story can be actually way more separate. It's just like nodes on a map rather than backtracking and all of that nonsense. And the level geometry is not even a factor in those games. It's just like levels, like map. It's like battle, tabletop boards. They're not like a world. So, if I was trying to make a game that was easier to make, more mechanically sort of like tight, and still had all the fantasy story stuff that I love to do and pixel art, plus lets me push a little bit into 3D, that's what I'd want to make next. But anyway, and I think that would have like I think there would be people who would play that a lot. But the replay value of that kind of game is insane. Even when the campaign is fixed, I go back and play Disciples once a year. I put 30 hours into it every year. Same campaign, same everything. Just because of how emergent the stories are. Like the stories of the characters you make, like when someone dies, it feels so dramatic. Okay. So, capture overlay is fine. So let's have a look. Oh, I didn't do the thing. I didn't check. So the problem we had was this causes there to be a translate as well as in fact, it looks like we're just going from the corner every time. It looks like it's pulling from as if we did this. Yeah. So actually the mouse position is 0 when we do that. You are right to capture on the toolbar. The capture point's not the problem. The problem is that the forwarded event is built from IMG UI data. So GraphView receives a wheel event whose pointer basis is not the same as the native canvas input wheel. This gives a shifted zoom pivot, which feels more like a zoom plus a pan. The key idea, capture on over is fine. Reconstructing the IMG UI is what produces for drift. What to change first? Keep the sampling on the toolbar. Stop creating from IMG UI if possible. But how do I do that? Forward a UI toolkit consistent wheel event. One sec. Just got a message from the missus. I don't know how to do that. Best pull from the UI toolkit wheel event itself. Your Unity version exposes that overload. I mean, how do I do that? Oh, we've got IMG UI event. I see. Can I do that? Can I just do that? Is that good enough? What is the Disciples game called? Disciples Sacred Lands is what it's called. We get nothing. So we need the IMG UI event to do anything. Maybe can we look into what this is? Is valid. Yeah, what have you got? It's probably like the position and this and that. And the scroll. So the forwarded is wheel event get pulled. Okay, so the wheel event is a mouse event base, which I guess would have a local mouse position, and then the wheel, you know, what happened with the wheel on that. So we could log the mouse position. And see what that does. That's interesting. So it's not like nothing. We get something. But this 958 is it local space? Let's put this all the way over here. 60. Yeah, it's screen space is the problem. But I bet if we capture that same event from here, I bet it will be like canvas world space. I feel so awake today. I must have slept well last night. My brain is like, today I can read all the code and understand all the code. Yesterday, could not. Okay. So, scene graph view, wheel. On wheel scrolled. Yeah, you tell me now where the mouse position is. Oh, it is also local. But maybe that's not what the canvas is responding to. Hang on. It's like the same value, basically. RTX 5060 Ti and Ryzen 7 5700 and 64 gigabytes DDR4 would be enough comfortable for game development. Yeah, I think you'll be all right. If you got a 5060 Ti, I think you'll be fine. Depends on what kind of game you want to make, but I think you'll be fine. You have like double the specs of my PC. So don't worry about it. Okay, what is window? Well, Robin, you're going in blind if you can't see graphics. Get canvas menu command on canvas context requested. It's not these ones. It's when we plug in the canvas. Looks like translate. Hang on a second. View on no. Context menu layer. What do? We add. View, stretch to parent size. So on that's initialized view. We open. What do? We open. We do that. We do that. But that's not what I'm looking for. Isn't there a thing called like a scroller? Do I like UI Toolkit? It has its drawbacks and its benefits. On before state change, unsaved, title content, title name, window lost. No, this isn't what I'm looking for. Is it on scene graph view? On graph view changed? No. It's something like this like transform changed. What does that give us? Yes, what is a view? I guess I can't find this. Tell me. Unity decompiled source view transform changed. Oof. Great, thanks Unity. I don't think this is like an event I can call from. I don't think I can learn much here. Wait, it is an event? Well, I'm looking to see if what I want. So the problem is that when we do this forwarding from the toolbar, we are scrolling as if we were scrolling from here because the event, for whatever reason, the spaces are different from the IMG UI event coming through. This is not necessarily the same pointer space as what this needs in order to know where we are to scroll into where we're currently hovering. So I either need to find the current, like we could brute force it and just say, okay, let's try to get the world space position of the pointer. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I could do it, but to what? How do I know what the real one is? So I could do like forwarded dot mouse position equal, can I? Protected set. But maybe we could make a new one and just pass it in. All right, let's keep going. So, so it looks like, Elzak, looks like we got some features in. Does this, whoa, we got something. Hang on. Whoa, there we go. Yeah, but we might be able to preserve the current world mouse position every frame in the update loop or on pointer moved or something. So I could get closer. Do you know what I mean? If it's like so close that it's the difference between scrolling into here or scrolling into here, it might be fine. If like the last mouse position that we recorded was like, you know, say it's here and we're scrolling here, that's fine to me. and maybe we could do some sort of multiply to correct the space or whatever by getting the transform conversions correct. But I still, yeah, we've got to get there first. Okay. Capturing on the toolbar is valid, and you can avoid IMG reconstruction in 2 ways. First, try the Pure UI Toolkit event cloning for your Unity version. If your Unity version is the clean is fixed, forward event forwarded equals event. That's what I did, but it doesn't work, right? Is that why you wrote IMG UI event here? Because it just doesn't. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, hang on. Let's have a look. So wheel event is a system event, and it has an IMG UI event. Oh, it's just passing. Wait, so I'm confused. Why is it that we need to... They just pulled it by that key. Get pulled checks only the underlying system event. So like, it's the same thing, basically. Like the actual scroll information is in this anyway, and the mouse position and everything. This get pulled gives us a wheel event, but the wheel event contains what information? They just check by the IMG UI event. Yeah, so it's the same thing either way. So GPT is just talking out of its ass, is that right? Yeah, it has no idea. Okay. That's that's unfortunate. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad somebody knows what they're talking about. Okay, well, then our best bet is, this is why the like AI takeover is like, I don't know. This guy is so confident. Maybe we'll get there, but not today. So key is deriving mass position from local mass position at dispatch time. So hang on. If that's unavailable, synthesize with correct pointed coordinates. You can still use get pulled, but build the event yourself from the wheel data and the toolbar captured pointer converted through through UI toolkit coordinates. So forward, yes, and then new event, and then panel mouse. This is what I was thinking of doing. So basically this, create a new event, pass in the mouse position as panel mouse, and then go local to world. That sounds good. That sounds like it could do something. That's the space conversion inline. Excuse me. Hello? It worked. That was actually really straightforward. Yeah, great. We did it. Amazing. Dude, that's so that's life. Okay. Sweet. Go. Push that. Okay. So what's next? Let's keep going. Gosh, that's so huge for me right now. The only thing I don't love is that it kind of like, I mean, it's correct in that it's doing it under the mouse, but I wonder if it should be doing it in such a way that keeps the menu under the mouse. That's different behavior from what, like, this is the default behavior. There's no heuristic going on here. It's correct. But, you know, we could, if I'm scrolling into this button, would I want the button to stay where my mouse is? Event connection drag. You mean this? Oh, that first button down, you're just going to wherever, and what it's doing is putting it all the way up here because that's what it's doing right now with the scroll wheel. Okay. So, let's go find where you put that. Thank you. Very good. Event connection view. So start event connection and then node view origin. Connection draw, add connection view, begin drag, input.mouse position. Ooh, input class. This is the like Unity editor mouse position. Is that right? This is the thing we need to fix? So it's literally this. I wonder if that's all we need to do. Let's try again. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It might not be right. Yeah. How would we get... let's just ask. What would be the correct per mouse position to pass into this? Yeah, you don't get an event. I understand. Into this. We don't have an event. We could pass an event through if we really wanted to. Or we could use the position of the button that was pressed. If we have nothing better. The center of the button. Yeah, that's actually totally true as well. Yeah, totally. What? Wait, what is mouse pause? Oh, I'm collecting mouse pause? I just have that? Wait a second. I don't even need this then. Excuse me? Yay. Okay. I guess I already had it. When do I update this? Mouse pause equals event opposition on pointer moved. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. We should probably be consistent. I wonder if we could do it here as well. What if I did... Is it private? Just in case. If we want to start a convention, I might as well. I don't know. I might be just playing with fire here, but that's how I do it. Yeah, same thing. Works the same. Wait, that's even better. Why is that better? Full hog with the big P. Huh? What are you saying? Huh? Okay. So, get you out of there. Great. We solved it. What do you call these? Event connection. Okay. So let's have a think about how we want this to work. Because I haven't even done the UX for it yet. Do you think, chat, and for everybody watching at home, this is your chance to influence how this tool gets built. Do you think that when I pull from here, I should be pulling from the center of the node or from the button where my mouse started? The problem, I guess, is that this already looks so much like, well, I don't know. We don't know what we want to do. There's two sides of it, right? There's the there's the data representation, which is that it's actually coming from the node. Obviously, it's the node that gets connected. And when we're all done with the drag event, it's the node that is the thing. If we were just drawing the graph, it's from the node to the node, obviously. But in this interaction, if I click and it does that, I might go, what? I mean, I'm doing that and I know how it works already. Something in my brain goes, wait, what? When I see this. So maybe it should start here. And then when I let go, it just snaps. Because if it jerks in a way that corrects it, that's better than it jerking in a way that I don't expect it. Like, if the thing that makes me go, wait, is that right, happens after I've done the right thing, that's fine. But if the thing that makes me question whether I'm doing it right is happening before I even start, then I'm a bit scared. Yeah. Because right now it's not even, and this is the other thing, we're breaching some conventions here because we're doing it on drag. Like, none of these are drag. These are all click. So if I go click, I actually screwed it up already, you know? You have to keep it held down, which none of the others expect you to do that. So what if this entered a mode where clicking it made all of the boxes go highlighted. And then when you click and drag on a box, it just creates a connection. So like, you don't even have to click this box. Elzak, you did nothing wrong. There's nothing, you've got us here. And so there's no criticism, there's no judgment. You have to make it work first, then you can make it right. So we made it work, now we're gonna make it feel good. I have no concerns about how you've done this so far. I'm really happy with it. Can I have to press remove. Cool. So the UX and the development, totally separate, and we're gonna make choices today that affect the UX. So, what do we do? Do we? I love, and we saw this in the user testing. The idea of people going click, drag, let go between two nodes is like, that's the thing people want to do. That's like this intuitive, like, ching, now they're connected. I think that's like the thing. So whatever we can do to like facilitate that action of click, drag, now they're connected, then I think we win. Obviously, clicking and dragging a node moves the node. So we're either having to go into like a mode space where the whole graph becomes, hey, click and drag boxes, or just for this one click, you create a mode, and then when you click again, you get out of the mode. How long will it usually take to make this plugin? What does that mean? Usually take to make the plugin? I don't know what you mean. How long did it take me? let me show you a picture. Okay, this is my channel. Let's go like 5 years back and see if we can see when I first made this. Because I got a video in like 2020 of like, I made a thing for my game. Not that one. It might even be the 5 years video, which was 2022. Oh, he's so young. Let's have a look. Yeah, this is too early. So it would have been around here. Close. Close, close, close. Let's try this one. Yeah. So this is 3 years ago. Oh, I already had the previews here. Hey, they look pretty good. So 3 years ago, it looked like this. It might have been this one 4 years ago. Nope. Oh, this one. Yeah. This is what it was 4 years ago. So it's more like end of 2021 or something like that. Maybe start of 2022. So we have rebuilt it since then. And I would say if we were like, the way I built it at the start was like, I'm just going to spend like a couple of weeks on this. And I got this far in a couple of weeks. And then I left it for like 2 years. And then I was like, you know what? I really want images. And then I spent like a couple more weeks. And then I left it for like 2 years. And then I was like, I think this should be a tool other people use because I like it so much. People are asking me every single time it's on the screen. People are like, where did you get that plugin? So then Elzak and I decided we would rebuild it and make it towards something we released. We spent like a month and a half, 6 weeks on it in December, before December last year. So like a year and a half ago. And then we left it for like a year and a half. And then now we're back. So it's like over 5 years. It was like, it's been like maybe 2 months, 2.5 months of proper everyday work. Maybe less than that, you know. We've got jobs and we're doing other things. So, yeah. What do you think about losing the borders? That looks kind of cool. I might leave them on for now. Okay. What's happening there? Are you seeing this? It's so invisible. You're okay. What? You're okay. Oh, we got a bug for a second there. I could see this at like 1% opacity. Okay, we'll fix that later. All right, so the question is, when I click this, what should happen? Like, what I would love to happen is I click this once, click, the toolbar goes away, and then the line like animates out from this to my mouse. So it's like click, and it's like dwing, and then I can go, oh, now I can move my mouse. But I think you still want to be able to drag. There's something weird about clicking and then it initiating a drag. Like if this was click release, if now I've released the mouse, having it like stick to my mouse unclicked would also be weird. So I feel like even though it's 2 clicks, I think like click, drag is actually what it should be. I know that's more clicks, but I think it will feel more correct to go click, drag, release. So it's like enter the mode, do the motion, release. For like the user interaction, I feel like that's the most honest thing that we could do. Yeah. It's just like clicking and dragging and releasing like this. I don't know. It just feels a little... It's probably the path of least resistance, what we have right now, if we just go click, drag, release. But I think, yeah, I don't know. And it saves us having to create another state. Like, but I just don't think that people will naturally click and start dragging. That I don't like. It just doesn't feel right. Unless the toolbar goes away when we click it. That's the only thing. If the toolbar goes away as soon as I click down, different story. But the fact that like I'm clicking it, I am dragging, and immediately I get this thing where there's this like weird, there's like an empty spot right here where the line is coming from because we've got semi-transparent. Let me show you something. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. This moment, if not here, where do we want to be? Not here. Here. If this looked like, come over here. Nope. Where's my little icon? Let's just bring it over here. If this did like this, where we sort of like go into like a mode shift or something, and then this, not with K, becomes like this without this, obviously. And then we get this kind of thing, even without the line this time. And then behind. And then that's going to the mouse. And then this is gone. And the mouse is here. No toolbar. Then I think it's okay. Then it's fine. To do it the way we're doing it right now. It's just there's not enough like stateful feedback. There's not enough... it's not clear enough what it is that is reacting. Even if this was... go away. Even if this was bigger and more in front, like that, that's fine. And if clicking makes it go zwing, like it like takes like half a second to get to you. What about 4 dots around each side and you click and drag it? Yeah, the only thing is it's a very different experience. So we have in scene map is an undirected graph, and because it supports many-to-many connections in this particular mode, like one node can go to 3 or 4 different places. I feel I'm not interested in trying to localize those node edges, the ports. You know, if what you're trying to say is this, you're saying, hey, Adam, why don't you take this, go here, and paste this. Why don't, Adam, you draw something like this, like that, so that you drag from here. If the mouse is over here, you show me a little arrow, and then I can click and drag that. Is that what you're suggesting? And then if my mouse is over here, you show me that. So it's like a, you know, it appears where you want it and you can drag it where you want. Yeah, the concern is once you do that, right? Okay, here's a node. Here's another node. I click here. I start dragging. I get to here. Hypothetically, another thing appears here. Okay. Now I've got this white line that goes between them. This represents a condition, right? It's not the left side or the right side of the screen, right? These are actually localized. So like this represents this part of the level. This represents what? It doesn't actually represent the right edge. And if we wanted to have a second condition that goes from here to there, no. This dot, these are separate ways out of the level. This goes to somewhere else because the player character went through this door. This goes to this level because the player did something like ran out of time. And then the game said, okay, now you go to this level because you ran out of time. It's a condition. So because there can be multiple conditions that get you from one level to anywhere else, it doesn't feel right for us to present a node that's placed in a specific spot on the, a port that's placed on a specific spot on the node, because we can't say how many there's going to be. You know, like trying to stack multiple of these feels a bit weird. Having one place go to multiple places, I think also feels kind of weird. That doesn't feel right. But if they're sort of behind here from the center and they're just sort of, I mean, we will have to stack them vertically. I think that's a non-starter. But I think like if you look at Unity's animation, I think it's Animator. This thing, the nodes themselves, the lines come from behind the nodes. They don't come from an edge of the node. So that's the convention that I think makes more sense for this, because that's actually how this works. This is what we're creating for this specific feature. Yeah, I've used FigJam. You're talking about this. Again, I don't think it's possible to do something like this. Let's just hypothetically. It's not out of the question that we do this. Just like a gap. We just create a buffer and we say, hey, like it's like this one to that one, you know? And there's no like anchor point. It's just there. That does alleviate this misconception that we could otherwise run into of like, where in the level is this? Because it's not anywhere in the level. So having it float, I think, could be nice. It could work. What do you think, Elzak? Is that appealing to you? So like as you're dragging, if your mouse is here, we just draw from the nearest spot around the node. As I move my mouse up to here, for example, it's like does that. My mouse is over here, it does that. Maybe it does. I do find that having there be like a nothing dot, this like semi-transparent dot that comes from the middle of the thing that's not placed anywhere, that doesn't have an icon or anything, is weird. So this would mean that we wouldn't be interfering with this space, actually, which is good. Yeah, but the image has to be transparent because of this. I love this. I think this is like such an elegant solution. I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but having the image be just a little bit transparent gives me so much comfort because I can see this. I can see where this is going. And so now this line is not, there's no confusion about where this line is going between, especially with like bigger levels. Like this going to that specifically and not like that is very, very helpful. So what I'm trying to say is like, I think the semi-transparency works really well for... Oh, you agree? Yeah. And I think having a bit of a buffer gives us a little bit of... It encourages the user... Hey, Bash Bunny. Sup? How you been? Wow, that's not a username I expected to see in my chat. What's going on? We're doing some UX at the moment on a tool that we're building for Unity. Well, not for Unity. Well, not for Unity the company, but for people who use the Unity engine. It's been a minute, for sure. Still streaming? Thanks. Yeah, what it is it's like a world map system. So people build their game, they build a bunch of scenes, and this helps them map them together, basically. So you take levels, doors in the levels. We kind of track where the levels are. We take a screenshot of the level, where the doors are in the level, take a screenshot, and then give you ports to drag between. Opposite time. Yeah, that's hemispheres, right? That's great. We should badger Prime to set up another event so we can have an excuse to hang out again. It's been too long. It's been too long. Halo on LAN? Dude, I would be down. I would be down for sure. I never had an Xbox, like an original Xbox, but I had the 360 and I played so much Halo ODST and Reach on that thing. Yeah, I'd love to do like, if we could find a way to do any kind of like jam situation, that always makes it easier. Anything that's like a long-term project I find harder, but if it's like a one-off thing or like something we do in over a short span, for sure. I'm down. Are you doing a lot of like, do you go to TwitchCon or anything like that? I haven't done that before, but I'm trying to think about, I don't know, what I want to go to. Is Godot Engine capable of creating complex games like Roamstead? I don't know what Roamstead is, so let me have a look for you. Yeah, at a top-down, very casual look, sure, why not? Yeah, you could make that in Godot. Looks like a life sim, Stardew Valley kind of thing. Yeah, of course you could. This would be like a great game to make in Godot, actually. Like, it might be what it's most suited to. That's cool. Yeah, I've been, being fully candid, I've been trying to focus on my main project this year a little bit more. So, you know, getting caught between Mr. Game Dev and Mr. Content Creator. I've got to finish this game soon. I've got to get it out there. So I've been working on getting publishers involved and trying to get a team together and focusing on releasing it so that I can then be free and do other things. So that's been my priority, which means I haven't been doing a lot of international travel this year. Okay, so I think this strategy is really good. I think it's really promising to have the node edge, to have the edges be drawn just off the node, because it means we get as many as we want and they don't feel like they're part of the geometry. And then we can do our little capsule with the label. That's totally gonna work. What happens next? Yeah, I love it. I think it's actually a great solution. Thank you for suggesting Fig Jam, whoever did that. Do you see yourself reaching release state all by yourself? No, no longer possible. Too big, exactly. Yeah, this is like we need a big publisher to step in. Need is probably a hard way to swear it. I think the game is will be at its best if it gets put in front of a big publisher and we get actual real funding. We put a team together of about 15 people, and I'm working on that right now. Like I've engaged with a friend of mine who runs a studio for hire, and they're super excited to pitch with me. So it wouldn't be just me pitching it, it would be us pitching it, and they'd be adding like 6 people plus outsourcers, and then I'd be bringing my 5 and, you know, whatever. So there'd be like 12 to 15 people working on the game. And the people who they'd be bringing in would have, like, they distribute games as a business. That's what they do. So, you know, getting it out on Switch would be a lot easier. Production management would be a lot easier and not my sole responsibility. That's, I think, if I want to be like Mr. Big Game Director making, you know, big indie love letter game, I think that's what we have to do. And it's taken me like 8 months to become emotionally okay with walking down that road and whatever comes along with it. Because honestly, the Adam finishes the game by himself road is like, who knows how long that takes. I'd love to do it. If I could pause my aging and just spend another 5 years, maybe I could do it myself. But like the thought of being like almost 40 when I release this game is not worth it. It's not worth doing. I love to make it. I love doing the art. I'd do the music if I had the time. Programming, all of it. Marketing even. I would, no shit, I would spend 6 months hand animating a trailer, anime style, if I could pause time to do it. I would spend the time. I just don't have the years of my life to do it. Like, aging is a real thing. And like, you know, it's not about my interest anymore. It's more like I'm racing against the clock to like engage in as many creative projects as I can before I have to retire one day. And at the current pace, it's like, if it's one project every 10 years, I get 4 projects, 5 projects. That's no good. So I'm having to sacrifice the control, even though I love it, because it's just not feasible. I won't have the life I want to do it that way. Yeah, probably. Okay, so we grab this, we click that, now we need to do some sort of like, I think we're really getting into modal stuff right now. So it might be time. What do you think, Elzak? Do we start thinking about like for the toolbar visibility, right? Like this hide is happening every frame we're trying to resolve this, I think. Or is it like update? Update hover, update try toolbar retain, update toolbar position. I just think there's too many compounding things that are trying to affect the state right now that could be happening. Like if middle mouse button is held, you know, like what is that? That's because we're panning. So, well, that's not doing anything. Is this even happening? Well, it's not working if it's trying to. Let's just take it away. I don't think it's necessary. I just want to like minimize the amount of entry points. To this, to a specific thing happening. Out of bounds. Yeah, that's fine. That's to dismiss the toolbar. And even this like hide operation, like I'd love for that to be animated. So I'd love to be able to ask, are you hiding right now? Or are you showing? But that's maybe down the line. It just gets harder to then turn it into a state-wise system if you have been building it without the states. Okay, so hide toolbar. Where else do we call you? Delete group. That's fine. Out of bounds. That's fine. When else? There's 5 of these things. On node menu requested if it's not from the toolbar. Okay. On window pointed down. What? On window pointed down? Doesn't look like it's hiding the toolbar to me. What? If the context menu isn't visible, return. This function sucks. What? What? If the context menu isn't visible, return. I'm trying to think about that. Okay, sure. If the target is not a visual element, return. If it's not an ancestor of the context menu, return. There's so many returns here. And then why? Oh, okay. It's like trying to capture when you click, if none of these things are happening, hide the context menu. That's not very good. I think we need to turn these into like, maybe just like some structured booleans here of like, is context open? I think it's like, honestly, I don't even like this as an early return. Because it needs to be open first, right? That's not like a... and then context menu source is not relevant here at all, right? So like, if it's open, then we can do all this stuff. This hide toolbar might just be erroneous. So even doing this, actually, I think this should be in its own function called like try dismiss context menu. And then we can do this. I mean, here we could do the early return. We could bring it back. But let's say if it's open, that can go away. If it's not a visual element, return. I mean, these I would just say like bool is visual element. Well, let's have a look at the logic of what actually is being asked here. I just want it to be in plain English so I can see what I'm seeing. So it's like bool if clicked burger menu or clicked menu equals, and then I can say like equals whatever, and then if clicked menu, then let's see if I got this right. If it's not a visual element, if it is an ancestor of the context menu, or if it's a burger menu. I'm having trouble. All right. See you, Elzak. Enjoy. Yeah, I think we take these and we go down to like here, and then we say, hang on, you get out of here. Okay, then we can get rid of this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah. Well, let's go is and then not do this. And then not do that. I like my nested ifs. I'm not an where they make sense. So if is ancestor clicked context this isn't right. I think I inverted one of these somewhere. Let's try that. And then I don't think we do this here. Okay, didn't quite get it right. Clicking this again is toggling it. So maybe it is just this. Nope. Okay, we're gonna have to look at the diff. What did I do wrong? So the context menu has to be visible. We have to be inside of a visual element. Yes. So let's just do this as an and. Take one of you away. Anyway, and then we click the context menu. Element, it's just a target menu. Target element, yep. And then click the burger menu, yep. So then what is the thing that we used to do that we didn't do now? If it is, we cancel. If it is, we cancel. So it's and not. It's this. Hey. Hey. Attaboy. There we go. Okay. Now that's probably not right. If we didn't click the menu, then hide this, that's not right. We'll just call it. And nah, that's not right. Hang on. How do I invert this? Hey, welcome Raiders. How's it going? Sup? Double platform raid. Hey, hey. How was the stream? What'd you get up to? Yeah, cool. Yeah, this makes so much more sense to me. And now I can move this back out, and now I can come back to here, which is dismiss that. And then we can talk about whether or not we want to hide the toolbar in this context. So if I'm here and I click this, that's fine. If I'm here and I click this, oh. Hang on a second. Yeah, I guess there we can hide the toolbar. So then we do it here. If the context menu is toolbar bound, hide that too. So we click this, we click this, we click off. There we go. Look at this raid. Small party, but big impact. What's going on? Cool. So that's totally fine. But I wish I didn't have to do this. This is what I hate doing. I hate being like, hey, do this and then also this. And I'm like kind of spamming the hide option in different places. Because like I'm just about to add another one. So like even this, try toolbar dismiss. I mean, why is that called that? Try toolbar hover off. Oh, like I'm gonna have to check out the channel. No, by hiding I mean literally the toolbar hides. Toolbar hides. Toolbar hides. It's a UI thing. And it's doing the right thing right now. I just don't want to spam that. I don't want to like be having like a dozen entry points where I'm saying, hey, hide the toolbar in this situation and this situation. Because it's just it's not a good convention to do it that way. Okay. So, if we're not hovering, if we are hovering and switched hover, hide it. Yeah, like even that is like another weird one. So anyway, I click this, it's going to do that. So let's just, for now, let's just go forward. Start event connection, do it, hide the toolbar. But I also don't want to like show the toolbar at all during that time. So like I do want to hide the toolbar, but like also we can't show the toolbar either. And I don't want this to have to be this big long thing where it's like, am I dragging this? Am I doing this? Am I doing this? If none of those things, then show the toolbar. So that's another weird one. Like bool dragging connection. Would be the thing that we want to do here. So begin drag. Does our connection view base? What is this? This is part of. Oh, this is like our, this is our script. So, where do we use connection view? Oh, I see. He refactored this. So is there a global place where we do any of this? Dragging is protected. Okay, so it's not, there's no public, static, no. So then there's no global way to know if I'm dragging one of these. Which is not easy. Because I can't do mode related stuff if that's the case. Add connection draw to add event connection. But then what happens if I don't finish? What happens if I release? Ah, it removes it. So we're literally adding and removing connections. In real time. Wait a second. Does that mean if I do this and then save, I can have it be living there just... Or no, maybe it's not getting serialized. It's not getting saved to anything if I do that. So I think the right way to do this would be to establish some kind of infrastructure that was static, that allowed us to observe when we were doing a thing. So we're dragging a node, we're dropping a node, we're dragging a connection. I think if we can do that, we'll be in a much better place. So I think it's time we add a convention here. We start adding some structure. It's going to be awkward to sort of have to sync that stuff all the time. But, and then what's the basis that we do it on? Like event callbacks, or we just check the mouse, what it's doing every frame. Ultimately, this is going to be a cooperation of a few different things, and I would, what do we do? Let's just have a think really quickly. So, you know, you have like system, Then you have a few different things the system can do. So you have, you know, drag node, drag connection, drag event, whatever. And then you would have like default. So just a normal state. And so the system would be able to ask, the toolbar would be able to ask, hey, am I doing any of these? If I'm not doing any of these, then I can hide. Or I can do my base behavior, which is like on hover. And there'd also be things like scroll or pan. Those would also affect this. So, maybe these could be pseudo states. These could live as substates of these as well. Maybe you can drag a node and pan the screen. I don't know how you would do that, but let's think about that later. So, as long as I can sync these states well, I think it's fine to add. And I guess this is part of the editor. It's not graph elements. We have a thing here called state management, and this is serialization state. So I think I need like editor states or editor state manager. Input state manager. UI state manager? Then it's editor again. Hey, Gifter, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Hyper Game Dev. Hey, Panchual, thank you so much for the follow. What do we call this? Editor state. I mean, it is editor state. It could also be input state, but it's editor states. That's literally what it is. So that comes under editor, and it's just here. So we'll call this, it's a .cs file. Editor state manager.cs, or even just C#, please. Cool. Okay. So, in order to do this, you basically need a state to be this is going to be a first, not first come first served, it's going to be like last come first served, which means it's literally just we have a thing called editor state. And then we just assign state. It could be an enum. Is it something that we need to do this? It could also be maybe a stack or something like that. I mean, we definitely want to revert back to default if we're not doing anything. So you can't like drag and... Are they additive? You can't be dragging a node and dragging a connection. It's one or the other. So because they're mode based, then they should be distinct. Okay, that's fine. The other thing that is concerning here before I get into this is like this toolbar. Right now it's like, is this a state? The fact that we're inside of a menu like that? Because like, I don't know. Maybe not really. I don't think so. That can sort of just be what it is. But I don't think I want this to invoke if we're not in the default state. Yeah, okay. So what is an editor state then? What does it do? I mean, it just has a yeah, on enter, on exit, that's super important. And I don't know what else we would do. Just to be able to subscribe to the events. So like I start dragging a node and I say, hey, editor state manager, state equals node drag state. And then I would have something that is an exit condition basically for the state, so that it could be, is the state listening or are we assigning the state? So how does a state know that it's complete? That's usually what I have to balance. So short of doing the Insignia full state machine setup, is there anything looser than that I can do here to just be like, hey, you know, mouse pointer is up, we're done. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe, like for example, the node view has this on drag start, and then it also manages on drag end. So while it's doing that, I could pass that forward, and maybe it so like we have editor state, we have let's have a look. So you'd have the node view, and then you would have the or whatever they are. Node drag properties. Or whatever they're called. Drag props? It's not drag state. What's this called? What is going on? Node drag properties. Oh, they're not part of node view. They're just called node drag properties. So maybe they should be called node view.drag properties. There we go. So the idea here is that the node is in charge of saying, hey, game, or not game, menu, editor, I am doing a node drag right now, and I'll tell you when I'm done. And it will call on enter and on exit when it's finished. And then that will allow the manager to release the state back to default. Okay. Hey, Bankshot, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome back. I'm having a good stream. Okay, so now we've got no drag state. We might have like public class connection drag state. And we could even do like event connection state. Yeah, that's great. At least those ones. Because if I'm dragging this off, I mean, even dragging on is something that I'm kind of interested in. Like if I'm doing this, right? I got this guy and I'm starting to drag him. I don't need this menu to be there. So maybe we can do a node drag state. Hey, Mage Mugen. There are other time zones. It's 4:30 p.m. in sunny Sydney, Australia. Yo, let me ask you a question. Okay, so this will be really valuable later. Because this is actually only happening. It doesn't do it here. It only does it if you were already on a node. that sucks. Wait, drag updated event. Oh, but it's on the target. So like all of the things that could be dragged need to be subscribed to for when we start dragging them. I think that's what it wants to do. Now, would I ever want to have multiple of these being dragged at the same time? Can I have multiple? There's one drag kind of like operation, which is what this is about, but it's not the node. I guess it's like the node that you started dragging from. If I go like this, if I go, here's two things, I can't drag from nowhere. I have to be picking one of them, so that's fine. Okay, which now leaves me with editor state, which is the default state. Sure. No drag state. Maybe this should be abstract. Or virtual. I never remember what the difference is between those things. Yeah, then I would say like public class default. Almost done. 80%. Yep, exactly. We'll come back to this. We'll figure out how to do that. I guess I would need to do... this is tough. So like, do I have other modes like enums where I have one instance of each type of thing per whatever? Or do I, every time I start dragging a node, create a new state, a new class? The difference is the events, if I created a new one, the listen events would get detached because I would be looking at a different reference. So if I wanted to do a new reference, I would need to I mean, I could just like literally replace the current state. If I have like something like this, public void set state, editor state, new state, exit the previous state equals a new one, enter, invoke, yeah. I don't think I want to use a stack because it's not they're not additive. They're one or it's one at a time. So it's literally this, but basically this is going to dispose all the listeners if there's only well, I don't know. I guess we could do something like this. So like state dot So we're going to do like state.on enter. Do I really need to be listening for that? I'm not really sure. Maybe not. I definitely need to be listening to on exit. So maybe I don't need to be listening for like on complete, for example. Maybe that's not even a thing. It's just enter and exit. And the thing is, there is no need to... I can announce at the state machine level if there's a new state, but I can't really... There's no point listening for that because it's only happening here. So maybe even on enter is not necessary. It's just on exit. Maybe public action on state changed. I guess I don't need to do that. And then I guess we could just do that. What else is releasing state? What's this on state exit? Right. So it can either exit itself or it can be replaced by a new state being set. Whoa, 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 whoa. No. Because this... Oh, no. Right. Yes. Okay. But do I even need to do that? Yes, because it can exit on its own. But I don't think it should be doing that. No. I think it's this. We release the state, we set the state to the new state, we set on exit, we listen to its on exit with this. And then we have this release state, which says, hey, whatever we were doing, we're no longer listening to it. That's good. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Yes. So now the life cycle of this listening, it's really only one thing. And then we call on state changed. Yeah, perfect. All right. Do I have to do like equals new over here? Do you have to instantiate an action? I don't really know how that works. Really? Wait, an empty delegate. That's the way to initialize? Okay. Sure, dude. You didn't like that? Oh, this should just be default. I don't think so. Well... No. We don't have to do this. We don't have to do this. We could just say quietly state is default state, and then we'll be fine. Okay. So that should be okay. And then here, I don't know if it's the window or the view that owns this, but for now, let's just do it. So public editor, state manager. That's somewhere else, is it? Nope. It's just not public. Pubic. Okay. So as long as the view has access to the window, then they both have access to the editor state. All right. And then right at the end here, we can say editor state equals new. Very good. The only thing is, when I go to node view, on drag start, I would want to say right at the end here, view dot window dot no. Why can't I just go to the definition of that? It's private. That's weird. Do I have an access to window? No? So then make it public. Okay. But then I should probably double link this. Or this is not my drag props. Nah, I should keep both. Something like that. Let's have a look. And then on editor state manager, I can have watch this. No drag state. Oh, that's terrible. Hang on. I don't want to record this anymore. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No. Okay. Oh. Wait a second. This release state is going to happen anyway. So actually, I could just do that. That's better. So this, yay. Hey, lathe. So drag, release. Good. That's really good. And then I can just say whenever in like scene graph view update debug.log window.state.current. Just be like, hey, what are we doing right now? Default. I'm dragging. Default. Yay, that's great. Much better. Okay, so the next one is like creating a connection. So pretty much anytime we're dragging or rushing, whether we're rushing or we're dragging, we want to be able to set a state. And with the connection draw, we remove event connection. How do we know to do that? On drag cancel, amazing. So this on drag cancel, we must be grabbing that from somewhere. We have on drag start. How do we start the drag? begin drag. Okay. So, like literally here, I could say view dot window dot editor state set state event connection state, and in fact, this now becomes just connection state, and then this becomes connection view. Hang on a second. Event connection view is a connection view base of type node view. I can't do the base class. I guess I have to do something like that, I suppose. No. I'm doing this wrong. I guess we have to create a connection state and then say it's a connection state of type whatever connection it is. Okay. The type T cannot be used as a parameter T anchor in the generic field. No boxing conversion. So then we have to do where T is connection view base, but then it needs to be any connection view. Oh. Oh. Can I do that? Wait a second. What's a connection view? Is a type of connection view base with a port view. Oh, no. Oof. How do I do this? I can split this up. We can do that. Okay. Ooh, that's a problem. So then this can't live on the base. Dude, that's crazy. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Hang on. Yeah. What I'm trying to do is say, I'm trying to create a state that is the base class. So like instead of saying port and whatever, I'm trying to say connection state is an editor state. Oh, I missed this little thing. I think I just missed that. But this is the wrong thing, right? This connection view inherits from connection view base. So I actually want connection view base. But then I don't want to say node view. It needs to be like T. Is that right? Do you know what I mean? It's like I want to make a state that contains a connection view base. Like that. I think that's it. I think that's all I want. Just make T the T anchor. But isn't that what I'm doing? Connection state. Oh, this has a thing called T anchor. So I say T anchor, right? But then this is saying, hey, this needs to be. But then hang on a second. If I pass T anchor in, T anchor is a what? From T anchor to. So this is just like T anchor? Like what? Visual element. This needs to be. Huh. Okay. We're good? We're good. Thank you so much. I just don't know how to do that very well. You'd walk me through it. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so T anchor here needs to be visual element. So I just needed to pass visual element in. I get it. I got it. Thank you. Just a new pattern for me. Okay. So we set the state to do this, and then the thing is, I mean, I understand it. I clock it. Not that I got there myself past tense. I get it. Is what I'm trying to say. Not that I already got it. I've got it, is what I'm trying to say. So connection view base, I mean, we can have a persistent event here. We just say like private. I know. Cool. All right, let's see if that works. Whoop. I might need to compile. Hang on. This is going to be great if I can do proper state management. Yeah, buddy. Yes. Amazing. We can do it. So we now know what's happening at all times, persistently. Okay. And we should be able to do that with even this. Hey. Let's see if we can call it. Oh, right. We don't know what the name is right now. Like get type isn't going to give us the T. It should give us T. I don't know why it doesn't do that in the name. Like it's like connection state 1, but it's not saying connection state of. I would expect it to say connection state brackets or like angles event or whatever. Node view, but it doesn't do that. Oh, can I get the argument? Can I do that? Can I do like... Hang on. Right, but can I print what T1 is? Nah, doesn't like to do it. It's like, it's trying, but let me ask. Hey, let's reset you. The hell is get friendly type name? Ah, that's crazy. We probably don't need to even do this. Excuse me. We are not inside of a class definition when we do this. Hey, Cody. Making headway, yeah. Yeah, it actually does do it. I guess I'll just keep that. I mean, I didn't need it, but it works, so I'll keep it. Sweet. That's what. So what is this doing? Is generic type return name if base name tick index if get generic arguments. I see. For each of the arguments, do that and then do this little thing and join that. Sure. Get generic arguments is what we needed. There would have been a way to do this if we knew it was only one argument. We would just say if get generic arguments count is greater than 1, print get generic arguments 1 or something like that. Or 0. Okay. That's pretty good. If only we had a way of tracking the nodes being dragged in the default. Like I can tell when I'm dragging a node because I'm capturing it, but if I'm pulling it in, that's not anything. It doesn't care about this. So I've got no way of catching this or moving a group either. You would think there would be a way. I think I have to listen to all the nodes for their on drag enter, on drag exit, which might not be a big deal. It feels like a big deal because it's like, oh no, I'm listening to like 100 billion things. Which is not, again, that's like what, a list of 100 things. Okay. Yeah. They do, is register callback, right? It's literally, I know this. On mouse down, on mouse up. There is something that I noticed is an issue though. Sometimes the on mouse down, on mouse up stuff, there are times when the on mouse up doesn't get caught by the editor. And then you just get caught in a state where you're constantly dragging. So like, it'll be like, I'll move the mouse near the node, and then the node will like run away from the mouse because the node thinks whenever the mouse is over it, on pointer move, we are dragging. I guess I could check to see if on pointer move, if the mouse button was down, maybe. I wonder if I can do a version of this that doesn't, do I need the event? Only if there is one. So actually, can I say equals null? And then just say lol. Yep. Perfect. Okay, hopefully that will catch it. I actually don't know how to replicate it to test it, but it seems right? If I don't subscribe the callback ever, then I will be able to check it. It did work. I just have to move the mouse a little bit. So right now I'm still technically dragging, but if I release, if I move the mouse, sorry, at all, that's, I think, a good safety. I think it's fine. I'll do that then. Because the on pointer up event, like if we try to compile or if like I save, or sometimes, I don't know if it's like the view changes at all. If I like click and drag something else, or it just misses the pointer up, and then it's like, well, you're never going to get the pointer up event at that point. You're stuck forever. Same thing with this. I really do think there might have to be a thing that checks if the pointer is up for any of these drag related events. If the pointer is up and there's a drag related event, force it to exit, and then we just deal with whatever happens. Or maybe, I don't know. Okay, so anyway, we got this, got that. Oh my gosh. Good. Ah, yep. Yeah, well, that's where we are right now. We're at the state manager. So we got that working. I just want to also include like group drag, that kind of thing. All right. So now inside of our toolbar, now we can say if we're doing any of those things, we hide the toolbar. Maybe we could do a nice... I actually like this. I don't think I want to do a type check like that. I think I want it to be an actual check. Both, Pelly. It's a visualizer, and it's a way to build logic. See, that's what I want. Now I don't need special logic on the event connection view to hide the toolbar. That is what I really, really, really didn't want to have to do. If we just get it for free because we have the state pattern. just goes away anytime. So we'll also be able to do this and this and have it go away. Right now, it's fine when it's in the group, but not when it's off the group, because we're not capturing dragging from anywhere that's not inside of a group. We're not catching dragging groups. Once we do that, we can make the toolbars disappear anytime we're dragging anything. Okay. And then even here, we could say like, well, it's fine right now, but all right. Good. So what was my next thing I wanted to do? If I want to do this, we're in a good spot right now already. But I wanted the node connection points to be a bit further on. Can you refactor the start connection function off of the partial scene graph view? Start connection. This? Yeah, man. You want this in our connection view base? This thing? Oh, in event connection view. Wait. Then we didn't need to do anything, right? But we need to find out. Okay. Event connection view needs a scene graph view. So I just say view. I'm a little confused. Let me go back. So connection draw needs to be like view.connection draw. But what is an event connection view? Oh, what am I talking about? It's literally the event connection view. Right. The word view screwed me up because I'm thinking of scene graph views. So, wait a second. You want this to be static? Yeah. Because you don't have an event connection view yet. And then this origin is the node view. And then this view is the graph, the view of the scene graph view. Got it. Internal. Could you tell me what is internal? I never heard of that keyword. Instead of public. Like that? But then how would I be able to access that from here? Wait, what? What does internal do? I've never heard of that before. Oh, interesting. Oh, public within the assembly. That's what you're saying. Oh, dude, I should use that everywhere then. Oh, there's a lot of places I should be using that. Like, everywhere. Yeah. Oof. Okay. Well, teaching moment. I'll have to go through before we submit class by class and just sort stuff out. Yeah, I understand. It's just a encapsulation thing. Okay. So where do we get mouse pos from? Oh, this is view.mousepos. There we go. That's what you want. You're welcome. Yeah, I can do this stuff. I'm not familiar with it. Ooh, you know what? Sorry, I'm double fisting my commits here. Okay, there you go. I don't think I could have split those into two separate commits. I don't like to commit things that don't result in runnable code. Okay, so now we just want to do, when we do this, whoop, what just happened there? Uh-oh. Oh no. Why is this wrong? Maybe it didn't compile correctly. So it is here. Connection view equals new event connection, begin drag, origin view mouse pos. And then it goes window editor state says that, oh, did I not create? I did. I created that. Which of these is null? It's probably not view. It's probably not window. It might be editor state, but I know that I'm setting that right there. So why would that be wrong? What is LA? Sorry, this is ugly. The first one. The view is null. Okay. View equals scene graph view. Scene graph view gets passed in when we create a connection view, which, I mean, it's literally, it must be here. But then why is view null for, we pass it in right here. Do we ever create a node view without a view? That's the view there. That's the view there. That's the view there. In the start connection call, the view was null. Was it? We probably don't even need to pass in the view, right? We could just call the origin. Is that right? Or do you not like that as a constructor? You should go back to your jam. I feel bad. I'm taking up your time. Sorry. Hey, we're good again. Okay. So, this is our event connection view. So let's just like close all else. Sure. Close others. See ya. All right, there's you, and there's you. So let's have a look. Where are we drawing? Okay, in draw, we do this fun thing here. Do we have a draw of this thing? No, we don't. But this must have a draw as a base. Yes. Abstract void draw painter 2D painter. But then it does override draw. It's just a basic line. I see, because we haven't styled it yet. Cool. So there's some logic we can do here. I just had a really fun idea. Here's what we could do. We are a point inside the middle of a rectangle, and we're going to another point in the middle of another rectangle. If I want to draw a line that ignores all of this and then starts here and goes all the way to here and then ignores all of this, do you know what we could do? We could start the line by thinking about the full line, and then the point here is the min. Let's think about this. Hang on. Hang on. I can't use conditional logic here like that. I have to say we could do a radius if it was distance based, but we can't use a radius because it's not circular. Because that would be really easy. We want to respect the corner. So I think it's like we clamp the X and the Y to be not inside the box. The only thing with that is not inside the box means we have to do an if check. If it's on the left side of center, we want to clamp outside of this. It's like, if you're above, clamp on the Y. If you're in front, clamp on the X. So you pick an axis and you say which one. We're either in the box. If we're not in the box, so in the box, don't draw. Why not just expand the box? I mean, like, you could just say, well, the box is now this big because of the margin that we just create. Take the box, expand the box, and then you still need to decide where this point is. It's not, you're not calculating all the way along. You have to define a start point and an end point. And so it's, the start point is how do we do this? I guess you just clamp. Yeah. You take the start point and then you clamp its X. We see, I don't want to clamp the X if I'm above it. So I have to literally ask, are we above it? If so, if we're not above or below, so like is in bounds. If we're not in the bounds on this axis, then just let the X be whatever it is, because it can be up here if we want. And then are we in the bounds on the Y-axis? If we're not in the bounds on the Y-axis, then you could be like over here and it's fine, wherever you are. But actually the thing is, the point is going to be in the bounds. That's literally where it's going to be. So I'm still figuring out what this needs to do. We could probably prompt this and get it in one shot, but I'm still interested in how it works. So the point, no, it's clamping, right? We're clamping the point. So how do we know that we need to clamp the point? I guess when you clamp, if you're already, no. This is hard. My brain's not working right now. Clamping within something is easy. Clamping outside is way harder because you don't know which side you're on outside. Because if it's going this way, then you say, well, the max is this edge. But if you're on this side, well, like the min is this edge. And that's not the same as asking if the box that you're going towards is above or below. We could use that, but that doesn't mean anything because the center of this box here, like this point here, doesn't tell us anything about whether or not we should be up here or down there. This exit point is the thing that matters, but we don't know where that is inherently. Like if this box happens to be a lot higher, like here, then it's, you know, who knows? So could you say, find me the closest point going from A to B outside of this box? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Hey, Yosef. How's it going? I suppose what you could do is say, hang on a second, hang on. Let's just think about this as it is. Pause. Here's my line. The min is this point. The max is this point. From the min, add, you know, the width plus the margin on the height. If the point is, no, but I still can't do that. Dude, that's so annoying. What engine do most developers use for programming their games? Depends on what kind of game. Dude, this is really hard. I'm close. I'm almost there. Like this point here, there's no way for me to say whether this is off this edge or this edge, right? These 2 points, what differentiates them? Nothing. Like this here versus this there. It's easy for me to say, in this case, take this point, move it across until it's outside of the margin on the x-axis. But actually, for fighting games, a lot of, for big engines, probably Unreal Engine or custom engines for fighting games. If it's like an indie fighting games are actually the kind of game that is so constrained that you could build your own engine for a fighting game. But I'm using Unity, if that's interesting to you. Yeah, like in this case, it's the I'm not clamping the Y at all. And in this case, I'm not clamping the X at all, but I am clamping the Y to get this point here and this point here. Like here, I can just say the X is literally just the half of the width plus a margin. I don't know if bounds close. Does that exist? Hey, Chartle. How would I build my own? I don't know. Do you know how to code, Yosef? If you don't know how to code, I would try something like Godot or Unity. If you're just learning as a hobbyist, those are fine. So here we can say, yeah, like start is just take this point, clamp it so that the X goes all the way. Right. Well, the target point, I guess, is from this target point would be here if I expand the bounds a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. Bounds dot closest point. Sure. All right. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's no problem. What's wrong with this? Oh. All right, let's see it. Thank you so much, Chartle. Is this first try? Is this actually first try? Hang on. Nope. Oh, we don't have a target node yet. End point. Where does end point come from? What? Where do we set end point? Oh, dude, I'm not a fan of that. Anyway. I don't use SolidWorks or CAD. I make 2D games. I don't make 3D games. So mostly just draw the sprites myself. There's not that much 3D geometry. There's no 3D geometry. Okay, endpoint equals parent world to local target node dot worldbound dot center. Otherwise, start point endpoint equals what? Endpoint is drag endpoint. Cool. So drag endpoint is what we're going for. So actually, we could just say like draw if dragging drag endpoint. Otherwise, then we can say give it a go. Okay. That's crazy that it did the exact same thing as if I never did any of that stuff. Like what? Is this even getting called? Yeah, dude. Yeah. That's crazy. Oh, but it's not closest point. That's what I'm trying to say. This is what I mean. It's not the closest point on the bounds because the point is in the bounds. It needs to go outside of the bounds. It's like, wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. Start bounds, closest point to end bounds. How is that wrong? The closest point on the bounding box. Am I moving to bounds start? Going to bounds end. How's this wrong? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, okay. There is some bounds stuff happening. I think this is the rectangles are top left defined, whereas the bounds are center defined. Center. Yeah, buddy. That's what I wanted. Look at that. Whoop, 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 whoop. The only thing there that I don't like is the way that it is straight. But again, that's going to be really hard because it's like if it's like one of those weird things where you're saying like, okay, which of these do you want to try to constrain? Is it the, in this case, it would be not the closest point only because the end point is south of the thing. How do I describe this? I wouldn't want to change the X. I'd be picking the average X position between where we are and where we were to do that. What does that mean? But I'd only pick the average X position. Like in this case, well, it's really the Y that I care about. And as soon as we go over here, it's now the X that I care about. So it's like, if this is, oh, frick. If we're inside of the X, average the X. If we're inside of the Y, average the Y. That's what I'm trying to say. Jesus. Okay. Stop trying to guess what I want. No. That's not what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. But it's actually not that. It's if the closest point... Oh, Jesus. Oh, geez. Hang on. No. It's outside of the Y. Nope. If the endpoint.y is less than the min, or endpoint.y is greater than the max. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. And then I want to do the same thing on the other side. That's what I wanted. Except I didn't quite get this part right. How could that be? These are like identical functions. How is it that this could be wrong? Look at that jump. It happens when we move outside of the X. I guess we just always want to do that? What is the question here? It's outside of the X, so it becomes... Maybe we never... What the heck? I'm confused. Dudes, I have no idea what I'm doing. Nah, I did something wrong. It looked so right. Look at this. What the heck? Oh, because of the pan. The camera pan. The camera pan is affecting it when we... Or is it? I can't tell. No. This is wild. It feels like it is affecting it. Okay. This doesn't get ruined, does it, if I move all crazy amounts? Okay, so that's the way it starts. It looks so right until it's wrong. Let's just think. Let's just see what happens if it knows. No, dude. Okay. Let's just do the algorithm ourselves. One more time. If we are south of the box, then bounds start dot y is the closest point. I don't think we need to invert these. I think I made a mistake doing this nonsense. I think it's just like we just do that. No. If we are outside of... When would I want... Dude, that's so wrong. What is that? Why is that doing that? Why are we getting out of the bounds? Why is the bounds like apparently expanding as we move away from it? That I do not understand. Unless it's this thing. It is that thing. So let's look at it. Okay. I know what I'm doing here. Yep. If the endpoint dot y if x why wouldn't I want that to be the closest point? I don't think this is right. I don't think it's a check within the bounds. Like this x value right now, I just want it to always be halfway. Oh, is it if the ratio, if we're outside of the aspect ratio? If the mouse position relative to the center position is further on the x or further on the y. But even then, if I'm over here, like I want the x to be, yes, that's what it is. Yeah. Okay. If the aspect ratio of the delta between start and end is if we're further, if the delta between start and end is greater on x, if the start point because it would be like, in this case, take the aspect ratio of the start node, take the aspect ratio of the delta between start pos and start point and end point. If the aspect is wider than it is tall, if is wider of the delta is wider than the aspect of the start node, then we not quite. It's so smart and it's so close, but it's not what I want. What's the plugin do? It is a map system for Unity games. So it allows you to visualize all of your scenes and then connect them in a handy graph. It finds all the doors in your game and creates ports, so you can drag between the ports to make new doorways. For like level transitions and stuff. Nope. I gotta stop guessing. Yeah, or even just like a way to navigate between the scenes. Like if I want to load this scene, in Unity, I would need to know the name of the scene, but I can just double click it and now I go to it. Like it's just a project management, not project management, but like level manager. You know? I can ping the scene file if I want. I got a preview of it. I can add it to the build or remove from the build. the aspect ratio is the width over the height, right? Yeah. So if the aspect ratio is wider, then the x equals simply the start point dot x plus end point dot x divided by 2f. Yes, else you do that. Okay, did I get what I wanted? Still no. I'm so glad. I'm so close. If the aspect ratio, then the start of the bounds, and then move to that, and then go to the endpoint. Start point dot x plus end point dot x. Those don't get changed. Divided by 2. That actually makes perfect sense to me. I'm not sure what's wrong. I mean, we could try less than. Wow, it was literally just almost. Almost. I don't know why we don't get. I mean, I know there's a break point here, but why doesn't that look like what I expect it to? I actually think it might just be an issue with the header. Like this, when we expanded the size of the bounding box, I think it's technically like, for some reason, kind of hidden underneath it. Right? Like that doesn't look, it certainly doesn't look right. Like why are we going all the way to look how sharp that is. That's not right. Like that's almost right. That's pretty much right. This is not right. This is not. It's not right when you get close to it. Yeah, what the heck? So what is it here? I've got the X, I've got the Y and the Y. When it, oh, I just swapped these? Is that all? No. No. Maybe I swap. Why? Why is it wrong? In this case, the ratio is greater on the X. So we're doing this one. Wait, that's not right. We're doing this one. Yes. Oh, I see. No. It's right. It's right. Wait, but the start point, why is the start point there? Oh, because it's not halfway. It's the proportionate distance. It's not halfway. It's like vector 2.lerp. Oh, man. Well, not even vector 2, math F. No. Well, let's try this as well. And it's not bound start, it's start point. Dude, this is insane. Oh, so close. But it's not right. It's not right. We're lerping between... What are we lerping between? It's the... Dude, this is screwing me up. You would think it's got to be halfway. It has to be halfway. Oh. Dude, I'm losing my mind. I love this. I love that I'm stuck. I feel like I'm so close, but I can't quite get there. It's like I'm being tantalized. Okay. We're dead center, right? What I expect to happen is for every 2 pixels I move on this moves 1 pixel on that, right? So as I'm moving, that looks great, right? That looks like there's an imaginary dot in the center of this that this line is anchored around. The problem is, as I approach that line, why does this fold like that? And the answer is, it's not halfway. It's something to do with the aspect ratio as well. If this was infinity far away, then it's perfect. But as we approach, when I look at this, I actually want it to be further along, closer to the mouse. And the degree to which I want it to be further along, closer to the mouse, is dependent on what? Right? Like if I'm here, you would think it would be something like, well, if I was on the corner, you should be exactly where the mouse is. And as I pull away from the corner, you should stay where you are. Like that is fine. You know, if I do that, that makes sense. But as I get closer, it's something like, give me the line. If I was just to halve the two, just literally draw a line from one to the other. I mean, I feel like that's what I'm doing, right? Like if I just say start point. Oh, I think I understand. I think I'm getting there. Hang on. So like this is the line we want to draw, right? And I want to say, I guess I could just say, do you know what? I know what I want. I'm just gonna prompt it. I know what I want. It might just be easier to say clamp outside of the expanded bounds. Hang on. Clamp the bounds start to be outside of the Not circles. Maybe, well, I don't know. Let me think about it. Hang on. Like, pick. We could say, you know what we could do? We could do this. We could say, I'm trying some new things in my brain. I friggin' love this. Here's my line, A, B, right? I take the closest point on the line, which is here, and then I interpolate along this line, right? By this length. And then I add 5 pixels. How about that? So I say, start bounds. It's the magnitude. Where's that closest point? So vector 2 closest point is start bounds. Yes. And then so I have like closest point dot magnitude. So lerp from start point to end point, closest point dot magnitude over. I'm almost there. Please, give me this. Hey, Hamza, I'm doing okay. No. Why? What's wrong with that? No. It's not lerped. It's the other way around. It's not quite right. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, I'm so close. I can almost taste it. from there to there by... Yes, that. Do that. No! I don't know what's going wrong. Ah! What is T? Negative. No, not quite. The absolute value of the distance between these two. Wait. No. That's what I want. Yeah. Oh, so close. It actually does do 2 ellipses. What the heck? That is so friggin' weird. You see that? These 2 invisible ellipses? Hear me out. What the heck? That's interesting. I was so goddamn sure of that. What is this? Interpolate. But it's not distance from rect. That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying interpolate. What I'm saying is this. Take this distance relative to this distance and move this point to this line proportionately. That should just result in a straight line as we move this. No? But maybe I need to do it per axis to make it not be an ellipse. I take the literal x delta and the y delta. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. I do. Specifically, I want to not draw the line right. I don't want the line to be touching the edge. I want the line to have a margin for where the line starts. That's all. Because I want to put an icon here floating off of the edge and then draw the line from the icon. So I want it to just, it's basically this, but not moving away from the thing. And I don't want the line to start in the middle. I want the line to start some buffer off of the edge of the node. That's all. Yes. Yes, but the problem is closest point turns this into a straight line. Like if I'm here, the closest point to this is always going to be this point. I don't want that to be a straight line. I want this to be a line that's heading towards here. So I'm trying to say, take this and this. Oh, I see. That's what I'm doing wrong. Closest point is here. So it's actually proportionate to this. These are two different lines. That's heading somewhere. That's why we got that little extra bump. That's why it has boobs. Because this closest point is not, you know, it's not there. It's actually here for this line. I could do like, I have functions in Insignia that do like segment to edges, stuff like point to edge segment. Like I could probably find the intersection of these two and do it based on that and say from here, closest point to the intersection. Yeah. We could do that. In fact, you know what? I'll just grab it. It's this. But it's not point to segment, is it? It's like intersect. It's a bit verbose, isn't it? Oh, that's annoying. I don't want you. Whatever. Thank you, Copilot. Thank you. Thank you. But even this doesn't make sense because I need to know which edge we're closest to do that, which is kind of annoying. There's got to be a better way, right? I just want to look at this one more time. Draw this line and then traverse back along this line until this point to this point even is greater than this plus that. But that's not there's a couple things here. Let's just think about it one more time. Sorry, I keep moving my brain around. If I just take this line and say, hey, clamp the X, pick the Y when the X is in line with the closest point. right? Isn't that what I want to do? Whatever the y is of this thing, keep that. But if we're inside of the bounds of this, make the x... Sorry. Keep the x as it is, but if we're inside of the x bounds here, push the y to wherever it is when this x aligns with this x. Does that make sense? Like, dude, my brain, I don't have the math. Line is 2 points. Start from rect edge and move how much you want the starting point. I don't know what that means, flushed ale. Find where the center X mouse ray exists. Dude, I've been so stun locked. Where's my wife? She's not home yet. It's 6:30. She's coming home. Okay. All right. So then what am I doing? I'm just interpolating. I have to find like the hypotenuse of this. That's how I know what the distance is. Where this is the angle. So I should be able to say your sketch answers it. You're offsetting along the edge normal, straight out of the face, not along the line. The slab max already tells you which face wins. That's your port side. Plus it's normal. Anchor on that face. I know what I mean. I know what I mean. I don't know how to do that in maths. That's my problem. I don't have like, when we're speaking in English, I agree with you. As soon as we go into maths terms, if I can't export, I can't read maths. That's my problem. I can write maths. I can read English. I can't read maths. It just doesn't translate into words I can understand when we're talking this abstractly and we've been doing it for like 3 hours. So I mean, we could just think about it again. Just one more time. One more time. Here's my thing. Here's my thing. That starts there. I just want to push this line back that far. Either back that far or clamp the Y to be, you know, here. But the point is, which X do I pick? Well, I pick the X where the Y is this far out. Doesn't that just solve it right there? This is the triangle. This is the triangle. So I say this point is take this, take the line, I don't okay, this point here is just that minus this plus that, right? So now I have this point here where the X is there, and then I subtract. I guess the problem is moving this way. I don't know how to do that. Well, I guess I could just say, what's the delta between... I still don't know how... I don't know where this is. That's the problem. This isn't a point I have yet. So that, I can do this. I can anchor it to here. That's kind of where I am right now, is here. And I just need to make a lateral move. Like I have point and I have that extra buffer. So that's the bounds that we already have. We have the bounds. So I have this point. Now I just need to say, how do I know which point here is there? I guess I could take the gradient of this, right? The rise over run. And I could say, well, take this point, go here, and then go back by the same gradient, right? And that gets me here. And that's where the point should be. Because I know that the rise is this much. I know the gradient of this, right? It's like whatever, y, x. So I take this y, and then that gives me that. No, don't make me read anything at 6:42 p.m. Let me... I feel like I solved it. Just let me do it this way. But before we do that, the normal comes free from the exit test. Don't compute it separately. Tx equals hx over dir x. Mr. Rogers, I wish I could read that. I wish I could read it. I wish I could read it. All right. No worries. I'm just going to do it my way. I know it's not the best way, but if it's a way that works, I'm good. That's it. I just need it to work. It feels like this is pretty reasonable. So I'm just going to code it out. Let me cook now. Okay. Thank you, chat. You've been very helpful. So the thing is, actually, the closest point to this will not be this. It will be, it's either going to be there or there, depending on which closest point I pick. It's here. The closest point to this from here is there. So I don't have this. I have, instead it's the inverse triangle. It's this one. Still the same thing, right? Same. So yeah. Rise, which is like so now do you know what? The problem is Yeah, the problem is I'm getting stuck on this. What if it's this way? I think Rogers is right. If I'm over here and I'm doing this line to here, I mean, I guess I still can do that. Closest point's going to be here. I take the... We just have to know which one we're going to use, the X or the Y, depending on if we're... which side we're on, I guess. But how about we do this? Let's ask. How would I make it so that the start point is outside of the bounds? Let's just see what it says. It'll have some fun way to do it, and we'll learn something. No direct in the same coordinate space as point start, point end. To world local, half, square magnitude. What the heck? Is this what you did? Direction times T. Bro, I got no idea. Let's see what happens. Happy to try it. Center, min, max. Half. That's the size. Oh, it just one-shotted it, damn it. It's not quite right. I think the bound must be a little... Dude, it actually has the same problem. Look. It's closer. It's almost right, but it does arc out. You see that? See how this gets closer to the... That gets like higher as we get out. What do you think, Mr. Rogers? Are you into this solution or no? Let's have a look. No direct in the same coordinate space as start point, end point. Normalize the direction. TX is the direction of X positive infinity or yeah, I think you're right. But then how do we do that? The min and the max? T is defined here, which is defined as here. But min and max is there, half is there. That's half. So That's a vector 2. That's a vector 2. Maybe? Oh, yeah? Yeah, nice. Nailed it. It's not quite right because there's some weird space conversion issue, or like the node itself is not super clear, but that's what I wanted. Thank you. Dude, that's crazy. I feel this was like, I had so much more confidence in my ability to do this before the last hour and a half. And it's not even that impressive of a thing. It's really basic, but I don't know. I guess I just I guess I'm just a big dum-dum. Can we do like an ellipse? Or maybe it's not right to do that. That might be silly. Yeah, my ability to do maths, it's like visually I know how to do it. On paper, I can code it, but I can't speak it. I don't know how to like do maths. Like how to speak the language of maths by looking at, particularly if it's not in like C#. Yeah, I don't know. And I kind of need it like spelled out. I can't like scan it either if I didn't write it. It's terrible. Hello? Yay! Look at that. We did it. It's pretty fun. Shouldn't it be like endpoint and then like vector2 dot up? Wouldn't that be better? Cool. Now I need to highlight the node we're going to drop it onto. That's pretty good, right? I feel like if I start dragging, I mean, it's not, that first point is not great, but it kind of feels more reasonable now. Like the point I'm dragging from is like near where I am. And the fact that it follows me around is really good. Yeah, it's like, it's that first little jump. So start point equals. I mean, it's really just here. I'm never actually drawing it anywhere that's not here. So I don't know why this is giving me the wrong answer on frame 1. You know, like that's right. And then it's only maybe the mouse pause isn't quite right. Hang on. If I come in from here, it's offset. If I come in from way further out, it might be that the last known mouse position is is not accurate. This, well, no, because that's not even relevant. We're using the node to determine that. No, but it thinks our mouse is here. No? I'm confused. No, probably not. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I thought maybe it was where we were last seen, but you know what? We could fix that if we do that. No, it is. It's where we were last seen. So it's that when we're hovering, it doesn't work. Yeah, that we can fix on pointer. What is item? No. I don't know if that's the same position. We could try. Yes, it works. Dude, that is so elegant, the way that just, I start clicking and I'm like, I'm there. There's no weird awkwardness. It's like, yeah, you're dragging from like this node, right? But you're dragging from the button, but the button will follow you around the perimeter. It's like, yeah, of course, I'm just dragging from here. Ooh, ooh, the UX feeling is so good because we're doing something fundamentally that doesn't work, right? You're trying to drag from a node to another node, but you're dragging from a button off the node to another node. But by having the buffer, we're doing both at the same time because the point where the button is relative to the node is where the line starts. So there's no weird disconnect. You just continue from where you were. Love it. Okay. I'm going to work on this more tonight. I got to go, pals. It's so late. That was very lucky that worked so well eventually. We spent so much time. If the idea looked bad after we got it right, I would have been pretty crestfallen. If it was a bad idea with a good implementation, that's unfortunate. But good implementation, good idea is great. And I'm fine to get dictated how to build it because I'm not a math genius. This guy. Thanks, everyone. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. If you're interested in Scene Graph, join our Discord and you can become a beta tester. I think that's the stream. You can also you can wishlist Insignia if you want to. That's always, please, if you don't know Insignia, go check it out. You can wishlist it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.